So we have to remember too, folks, at the start of these pulls, sometimes the tractor set the drag, and this could be what's happening with Andy. Nonetheless, it's nice to see him out pulling and giving that old farm all a workout. Tyler, did you get any sleep last night?
All kinds. It was nice and quiet up here in the pits. It really wasn't too bad. There wasn't much parties going on, and everybody shut her down pretty early, I'd say.
If you couldn't find a party in Centreville last night, you weren't looking very hard.
Yeah, we weren't looking very hard. I was pretty played out myself when we ended here last night. On the track now, we have Matt Bustard over on track 2. He doesn't have his fancy shirt sporting it today. Matt's out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is a 706 Farmall called the Swing and Hammer. And Matt Bustard will be our official test puller. We'll wait.
So it looks like Dane White. Dane White's up here on track number 1. Andy Martin had a pull of 2:39.07 on track number 1 in the 7,000 pound stock class. So Dane is backing up to the drag, and a Cockshot 570 Super owned by Kevin Taylor. Dane is no rookie at this tractor pulling game. He's been around it as long as I can quite remember. Kind of a cult hero here in Centreville, Dane is. Let's see what Dane can do going down the track in this Cockshot 570.
.224.03 feet, that hook for Matt Bustard. We'll have to wait and see if that operator of the Ironman sled and Matt both like that hook. As the first puller in the class, Matt Bustard does have the option to drop that hook himself. Along, hand in hand with that, the operator of the sled has the option, if they want to change the weight or the gear setting in the sled, to get those guys stopped in a smaller distance, or if they want to give them a little more distance, the operator of the sled can drop that hook as well, and then Matt would have to come back and try again. But it looks to me like the sled might be set right, but Matt Bustard has dropped that hook, and he's going to come back at the end of the class, if I had to guess just looking at it.
Boys, it looks like Dane White's got a great hook going on down there. Keep her going, Daney. What a great pull for Dane White on that Cockshot 570.
On the line now, over on track 2, we have Jonathan Ombley from Mapledale, New Brunswick. This is an 1105 Massey called the Mapledale Special.
That last pull on track 1 for Dane puts him in first place at 276 feet even. Lining up there on track number 1, once they get the drags all ready, is Brendan Carpenter. He's driving a 270 White 1980. Carpenter Farms are a sponsor with Kobe Bacon's Pioneer Seed and Carpenter Logging. It's nice to see these tractors outperforming, doing what they used to do well.
And as you can see, Jonathan Ombley did get the sled pulled back there. He's going to restart that hook. Now that gives me an opportunity to talk about another rule. Every one of these pullers that's hooking, if they do not make it over 100 feet on the very first hook, they do get one chance to come back and hook again. Now the reason why they do that is to get these guys, if these guys decide within the first 100 feet that they don't like that the gear that they're in, or if they want to make a small change, they're able to do so. They can stop before the 100-foot mark, and they have one chance to come back and try again. And as you can see, John Ombley took them up on that option, and it paid off in dividends. Looks like John's having a great hook out of the Mapledale Special. He's down there a long ways.
There goes Brendan Carper on track 1 with that white 270. He's going to run that down there past that 276 marker, Dane White. Good solid run for Brendan Carpenter. Backing up to the drag on track number 1 in the 7,000-pound stock class is Rochelle Smith from Oak Mountain, New Brunswick. She's going to be driving a 1966 Oliver 1650. That's Rochelle Smith from Oak Mountain, New Brunswick.
Dale Best is the next tractor on the line over here on track 2. Distance to beat right now is going to be set by Jonathan Ombley, 364.11 feet. So that's a pretty tall order early on here in this 12,000-pound stock tractor class.
That's a great pull here by Rochelle Smith. The tractor's working good today. That pull is 303.01 feet for Rochelle Smith, puts her in first place in this 7,000 pound stock tractor class. The action just never stops here. Track number 1 is Chase Lemkirk from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's running on empty, a Farmall 460. Sponsored by R.D. Lemkirk and Sons.
As you can see, Dale Best finally got snuffed out there. 249.10 feet, that hook for Dale Best. Jonathan Ombley still your class leader over here on track 2. Out of Mapledale, New Brunswick with the Mapledale Special.
Not quite enough to run down the leaderboard in this 7,000 pound class for Chase, but nonetheless a good run on running on empty. Over there in track number 1, Rochelle Smith still in the lead with 303 feet, followed by Dane White. But as they get the track ready, up next is the man, the myth, the legend, Dan Taylor from Heartland, New Brunswick, out on the Rockland Road. He is driving a Cockshot 50. I'm sure everyone in this building knows Dan the Dude Taylor.
Coming down track 2 right now, we have Lee Flowers trying to track down Jonathan Ombley. This is a 1750 Oliver that he calls poor investment.
That's an impressive hook there by Dan Taylor on that cockshot 50. Not sure if it is in the leaderboard yet, but nonetheless, a great pull. Jeremy Esty, if you are in the crowd, Jeremy Esty, please come down to the pits. Your tractor's running and ready to go pulling. That's Jeremy Esty. If you're in the crowd, please go to the pit area. Over here in track number 1 in that 7,000-pound stock class is Tadek Jobin, hometown hero they call Roscoe. This is Tadek's 16th year pulling tractors, and he's pulling a 460 International.
Carolyn Thompson coming down track 2 right now. This is the 1066 International owned by Jamie Thompson. So over here on track 2, I should note, after Jonathan Ombley's hook, they did reset the drag, so he is not your class leader. The class leader right now is actually Dale Best at 249.10 feet. So that's what Carolyn Thompson's looking for, 249 feet or better.
Over on track 1, that was a great pull by Tadek on that 460 International. Took that down there near, close to the first place line.
.251.02 feet, that hook for Carolyn Thompson. That is good enough to take the lead early on here in this 12,000-pound stock tractor class. Next on the line over here on track 2, trying to track down Carolyn Thompson's Rodney Lappage. I believe he's out of Woodstock, New Brunswick, or somewhere's handy. This is a 1974 966 International. Distance to beat right now is 251.02 feet.
If I could ask the 1,200-pound lawnmowers to get ready for pulling on track number 1, that's the 1,200-pound lawnmowers. If you guys can get ready for pulling on track number 1. Speaking of track number 1, Grady Kingsbury from Mars Hill, Maine. The Kingsburys have pulled here for many, many years. He was pulling a 450 Farmall in 1957. And the name of the owner of that vehicle was Keith Kingsbury from Mars Hill, Maine.
That was a distance of
Next up on that 7,000-pound stock class is Gavin White from Centreville, New Brunswick. Gavin's pulling a 570 cock shot owned by the legend himself, Kevin Taylor, from right here in Centreville.
Next on the line over on track 2, we've got Megan Graham from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. This is a 1974 855 white called Just for Kicks. $248.11 feet. That was that hook for Megan Graham. Not quite good enough to take the lead.
That last pull for Gavin White, 290 feet even, puts him in 3rd place in the 7,000-pound stock class. He's running behind
Carolyn Thompson, still your class leader here in the 12,000-pound stock tractor class over here on track 2, pulling that beautiful orange Ironman sled.
So Rochelle Smith still in the lead in that 7,000-pound class. Tadek Jobin's in 2nd place. 3rd place is Gavin White with that last pull of 290 feet.
Wayne Townsend's the next one, trying to track down Carolyn Thompson from Fortune, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1974 1256 International.
Backing into drag number 1 in this 7,000-pound stock class is Tommy Johnson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's riding a tractor he calls Now or Never, a 1959 Oliver 770, owned by Ivan Graham. Sponsors are SW Graham Manufacturing, SM Repairs, and Andy McConnell. That's Tommy Johnson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick.
.253.06 feet, that hook for Wayne Townsend. That is good enough to get past Carolyn Thompson for the lead. Let's see if we can identify your top 5 right now, because the top 5 tractors need to stay over by the dyno until the completion of the class, so that we'll have guys that are bumped in and out. Right now, your class leader, Wayne Townsend, 253.06 feet. In second place, Carolyn Thompson, 251.02 feet. In third place, Rodney Lappage, 250 feet. In fourth place, Dale Best, 249.10 feet. And in fifth place, Megan Graham, 248.11 feet.
Now backing into the track number 1 is Ben Everett from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's running a Firemal 540, and they're still trying to catch Rochelle Smith on that 7,000-pound stock class.
Next tractor on the line here over on track 2. We're looking at Stephen Graham from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. This is a 1955 AGCO. 1855, I guess it says on the hood. Leader right now is Wayne Townsend, 253.06 feet. You're looking at your new class leader, Stephen Graham, 260.05 feet.
Ben Everett's found a way to keep going and going and going. What a pull down there on track number 1. If there ever is a definition of a full pull, Ben Everett just had that on track number 1 with that 7,000-pound stock class.
Can we please get Scott Seeley down to the end of track 2, please? Scott Seeley down to the end of track 2. But on the starting line of track 2 right now, we have Tyler Ferguson from Crab Oak, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1975 966 International called the Red Bull.
While they're pulling on track number 2, I must announce that pull by Ben Everett was 356.03 feet, which is a new class leader on track 1 in the 7,000-pound stock class. Getting ready to line up on track 1 is Kyle Townsend from Fortune Bridge, Prince Edward Island. He's running a 6:17 Fortune Whale Road 1959 560 Fireball. That's Kyle Townsend from Prince Edward Island.
$250.08 feet. That was that hook for Tyler Ferguson. Not enough to catch up to Stephen Graham. I believe we have 6 tractors left to go trying to track him down in the 12,000-pound stock tractor class.
Once again, I'd like to remind the 1,200-pound lawnmower class to get their units ready and line up at the starting line for track 1. That's the 1,200-pound lawnmower class. Get your units ready to go.
Coming down track number 2, we have Blake Girdley from Redbridge, New Brunswick. This is a 1979-1855 cockshot called the Red Rooster.
Could I ask Devin Whitehead to go to the pits, please? Devin Whitehead, if you hear this announcement, please go to the pit area. We're waiting for the drag on track 1, and that's Andrew Tweedy from Centreville, New Brunswick. He's running a tractor he calls Granny's Deer, a 310 John Deere, sponsored by G. Tweedy Plumbing and Redneck Solutions. He's got a distance to beat of 356 for first place, held by Ben Everett in the 7,000-pound stock class.
248.08 feet, that hook for Blake Girdley. Not quite enough to slide him up into the lead. Our top 5 right now: in first place, Stephen Graham; in second place, Wayne Townsend; in third place, Carolyn Thompson; in fourth place, Tyler Ferguson; and in fifth place, Rodney Lapich. If you pulled in this class and you did not hear your name, you can head on back to the hauler. Next on the line from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick, we have Silas Burt with a 1976 966 International owned by Jeff Steves. This tractor is the original teacher's pet. I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of Centreville history rolling down the track right there. It looks like it's pulling good too. We'll see. Can the teacher's pet come out of this for the win? .246.06 feet, not quite good enough to shuffle into the top 5. And then there were 4.
Hooking up here at track number 1 is Logan Gaddis from Woodstock, New Brunswick. He's driving a 1939 Fireball Super M he calls a Duffy. This is Logan's second year pulling in this 7,000-pound stock class. Logan's distance to beat is still 356 feet, held by Ben Everett.
Over here on track 2, we have Brandon Kennedy from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is an 1130 Massey owned by Mark Durling.
Over on track 1, that concludes the 7,000-pound stock class. In just one moment here, we'll announce the top 6 money place winners for that track 1 7,000-pound class.
Can we please get the 14,000-pound stock tractors ready and up to get lined up on track 2, please?
We're still asking the 1,200-pound lawnmowers to get up here on track number 1. We're getting ready to go and fast and furious, so if you're not ready, please do so immediately on track number 1. The official standings there for track 1 on that 7,000-pound stock class is first place Ben Everett, 356.03 feet. Second place, Tadek Roscoe Jobin, 300.09 feet. Third place is Rochelle Smith, 303.01 feet. Fourth place goes to Logan Gaddis at 200 feet even. Fifth place goes to Kyle Townsend, 272.03. And sixth place goes to Tommy Johnson, 257.08. That's your class wrap-up for that 7,000-pound stock class.
Next on the line here in the 12,000-pound stock tractor class, we have Brian Ketch from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is a 100 weight sponsored by Ketch Farms called Used Parts.
I must mention on that 7,000-pound stock class, the top money payers, the top 5 or 6 going to go dyno out. Please go to your dyno now. And on track number 1, the non-stop action, the 7,000-pound outlaw class. And that was Glenn McCurry with Whiskey Business, cockshot 1550. Glenn had a pull of 297.02 feet on the Whiskey Business.
Need to take a moment to remind the 12,000-pound stock pullers as well as we get the results from that hook from Brian Ketch, 247.11 feet. But the top 5 from this class need to dyno immediately after the end of the class. Those to 5 right now are Stephen Graham, Wayne Townsend, Carolyn Thompson, Tyler Ferguson, and Rodney Lappage. There's 3 tractors to go to try to shuffle up that top 5.
There's a little correction on this 7,000-pound stock class. His first place goes to Ben Everett. Second place is Rochelle Smith. Third place is Tadek Jobin. Fourth place is actually Gavin White. Fifth place, Logan Gaddis. In sixth place, Tommy Johnson. Oh, my apologies, Dane White. Numbers keep changing as fast as the pulling's going here in the Centreville tractor pool. If you're in the top 6, please go over to dyno. Hooked on the drag on track number 1 in this 7,000-pound outlaw class is Peter Dickinson. He's running a tractor sponsored by Wilmot Farms called Junkyard Dog.
Online on track 2 now, we have Andrew Tweedy from Greenfield, New Brunswick.
That old dog certainly has a tail that's wagging. It went clear down the end of this track. Peter Dickinson's pull, 364. Pause. 0.10 feet. That's 364.10 feet. Good for first place in this 7,000-pound outlaw class.
Andrew Tweedy, 250 feet even. Two to go now in the 12,000-pound stock tractor class. Once again, we are looking for the 14,000-pound stock tractors to be lining up over on track 2. Second to last tractor in this class is going to be driven by Jonathan Ombley from Mapledale, New Brunswick. This is an 1105 Massey called the Mapledale Special. Distance to beat right now, set by Stephen Graham, 260.05 feet. Does Jonathan have the tractor to do it?
Over here in track number 1, we're going to get some loud noises coming up with these two-wheel drive 60 to 100-pound super stock trucks. Up on the drag is Dylan Baird from Auburn, Prince Edward Island. He is no stranger to pulling trucks. He's pulled for over 30 years, and he pulls one they like to call the Flying Fargo. Well, we got a second. We just announced that the Flying Fargo is sponsored by Arsenault Cylinder Heads and Move All Structures. That's Dylan Baird from Auburn, PEI. That's a great pull there by Dylan Baird from PEI. Tyler, you just can't mistake the sound of a powerful V8, can you? The powerful V8s sound all around, you understand them, don't you?
Oh yeah, you can't beat that. Those are small blocks there. They got all kinds of RPM. Now got a beautiful sound. Next and final tractor on the line was yesterday's winner of the Nicest Shirt Award for the 2025 Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pull. So he's toned things down a little bit today. He just went with gray. He's going to be the final puller in the 12,000-pound stock tractor class.
Coming up there on track number 1 in the 6,200-pound dual drive super stock trucks is another Mopar Power 1973 Dodge Ram that Stephen Baird from Mount Hubert, Prince Edward Island calls the Flying Fink. Stephen also has pulled for over 30 years. Sponsored by the Baird's Family Pulling Team, Arsenal Cylinder Heads, and Move All Structures. Stephen Baird from Mount Hubert, Prince Edward Island. Could I have Gar Seeley come to the announcer's booth, please? Gar Seeley, if you're in the house, please come to the announcer's booth. Over on track number 1, Stephen Baird with the Flying Fink.
While I've got a second, I'm going to update you on the unofficial results for the 12,000-pound stock tractor class. First place, Stephen Graham. You need to go dyno. Second place, Wayne Townsend needs to dyno. Third place, Jonathan Ombley needs to dyno. Fourth place, Caroline Thompson, you need to dyno. And fifth place, Tyler Ferguson, you need to go dyno. And we're going to be moving on to our 14,000-pound stock tractor class over here on track 2.
Stephen Baird really put the RPM to the old 1973 Dodge, the Flying Fink.
We do have one mini modified with us over here on track 2 this afternoon. That's going to be driven by Devin Whitehead from Newport Station.
Up on track number 1 here in this 6,200-pound dual drive super stock trucks, Connor Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. He is driving the Outlaw 1985 Ford Ranger, sponsored by Dwayne Harvey and Equipment Limited and Terry Todd Construction Limited. And just for the record, anyone who wants to get in the sport of tractor pulling, contact Connor Harvey because the Outlaw is currently for sale.
Also need to remind you that just got to remind you too that Rodney Lappage and Andrew Tweedy slid into the prize money in that 12,000-pound stock class as well. Once we get the official dyno results back, I'll let you know and you can come on up and collect your prize money. Take a minute to look at that 50-50 estimated jackpot, $14,380. I think we can spend today getting those numbers up. Make sure you're buying yourself some 50-50 tickets. You can buy them in person here at the Western Valley Multiplex. There's a couple people running around asking you if you can buy 50-50 tickets. Or you can go on to rafflebox.ca, look for the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole, and buy yourself some 50-50 tickets. You can also scan the QR code on that screen, and that will automatically take you to rafflebox.ca to buy some 50-50 tickets.
One thing we got to remember with a little bit of rain, this track is pretty sticky, causing these pullers to get a hard time getting their wheel speed going and get that drag in motion. Connor Harvey still trying to get this drag hooked up to get going, and we'll see what this Outlaw can do now. Not going to happen today for Connor Harvey. Winning that class is Dylan Baird in first place. Second place goes to Stephen Baird, both from Prince Edward Island. That concludes the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super stock truck class. Over in track number 1, they're lining up for the 1,200-pound lawnmower class. Nice to see Larry McConnell in the house here tonight from McConnell Transportation. Once again, I'd like to remind the 1,200-pound lawnmower class, get lined up down if you're ready on track number 1. There's 22 entries in this class, so you folks in the crowd are in for a treat tonight. Great way for these guys to get started pulling. Very competitive class. And we're excited to host it here at the Centreville Multiplex for 2025.
Yep.
Looks like we're ready to go with our 14,000-pound stock tractor class. Caroline Thompson's going to be leading the way. Behind the wheel of a 1066 International owned by Jamie Thompson. Can we get Wade Girdwood right now, please? Over to track 2. That's Wade Girdwood.
You know, one thing that's unique about this 1,200-pound lawnmower class is there's a vast amount of different engineering goes in each one of these tractors. Up to the drag is Joseph Reed from Heartland, New Brunswick on a 2055 white. His sponsors are Two-Stroke Pullers, and he's pulling in memory of Michael Walton, Terry McNally, and Owen Reed. And that's Joseph Reed from Heartland, New Brunswick on the 2055 white Two-Stroke Smoker.
Can we please get Rodney Everett, Mark Culverson, and Sean Hamilton to the starting line over on track 2, please? That's Rodney Everett, Mark Culverson, and Sean Hamilton. Come on over to track 2. And that was Caroline Thompson over on track 2. 250.11 feet.
Over on track number 1 to start things off, Joey was just testing the drag, and he's going to give her another go here.
Next on the line on track 2 is going to be Jack Mulligan from Middletown, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4440 John Deere. I believe that's 251.04 feet, that hook for Jack Mulligan.
Over at track number 1, Joey Reed's going to try this again after setting the drag. Again, he's
Can we please get the 14,000 pound stock up and lined up, please? That's the 14,000 pound stock class. You guys are pulling right now.
Thank you. We're pulling right now.
On track 2, pulling right now is an old pulling legend, Johnny Wilson, behind the wheel of that 4450 John Deere called Sweet Emotion. Now, if you look at the side of that tractor, he is sporting a decal in memory of Dave Wilson. Johnny and Dave pulled a lot of tractors together back in the day. That was in the years before Dave Wilson became the best damn tractor puller announcer to ever pick up a microphone. Unfortunately, we lost him very recently.
Just so you know, over here in track number 1 on the 1,200 pound lawnmower class, they're just trying to get this drag set to today's track conditions. So they're still going to make some passes here, and we'll let you know just as soon as these runs count. Right now, Robin
250
Loves from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, and there's Minnie Mo is going to give it a try here to give us an idea how this drag performs. I would say by the looks of things that was a pretty good hook there for Robin.
And that last hook over here on track 2 for Johnny Wilson was good enough to take the class lead, 255 feet. Your class leader right now, Johnny Wilson, out of Bedell, New Brunswick. And that is Silas Burt from Centreville, New Brunswick, behind the wheel of the original Teacher's Pet, 1976 966 International.
Up over on track number 1, Danielle McKenzie from Little Narrows, Nova Scotia, driving a tractor they call the Troublemaker, a 2024 Oliver 1000. Her second year in pulling, sponsored by Kilcare Waste. Got a little wild and crazy there in the end for Danielle McKenzie from Little Narrows, Nova Scotia. Her pulling total was 281.95 feet. That's 281.95 feet. Puts her in first place. Robin allows 277.64.
Next on the line here over on track 2, trying to track down Johnny Wilson, we've got Tyler Britton from Deerville, New Brunswick. This is a 1466 International called Mama's New Kitchen. Sponsored proudly by Bradley Fisher and Keith Nicholson.
Lining up there on track number 1 is Kirby Densmore from South Maitland, Nova Scotia. He's running a 2022 Fendt in this 1,200-pound class. Kirby, he's no spring chicken to pulling, his 23rd year's pulling. Kirby's pull, 229.93 feet. Distance to beat so far is 281 by Danielle McKenzie.
$254.11 feet that hook for Tyler Britton. Not quite enough to get down past the Sweet Emotion tractor, but I believe that's enough to slide him up into second place. Yep. Johnny Wilson's your class leader, 255 feet. Second place right now, Tyler Britton. Charlie Webster on the starting line now from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4455 John Deere called Big John. Distance to beat right now is 255 feet set by Johnny Wilson.
Hooking up over here in track one in this 1,200-pound class is Mike Hansen from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's running a vehicle they call Strange Peace, a 1066 International, and sponsored by First Town Plumbing and Heating. That's Mike Hansen on Strange Peace. That's a good solid pull by Mr. Hansen. Distance of 350.09 feet, good for your class leaders, 350.09 feet.
$254 feet, that was that hook for Charlie Webster. I believe that's good for third place now. Braden Corbett's your next puller from North Granville, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1977 1466 International called Just Passing Through, sponsored by Lowther's Refrigeration. $255 feet or better will get him up into the lead.
Over there in track number 1, lining up is Caitlin Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. Caitlin Harvey, Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, running Twisted Sister. Pull time 272.65 feet.
$253.07 feet was that hook for Braden Corbett.
Setting up on track number 1 in this 1,200-pound class is Dallas Hughes from Capro PEI, running the hooker, sponsored by Bolgers Motorsports. Dallas has been pulling for over 14 years. Distance to beat for Dallas is 350.90 feet, held by Mike Hansen. That was a solid run by Dallas right there from Capro PEI. And that's your new class leader, 368.26 feet. New class leader in that 1,200-pound class on track number 1.
Just watch for me if I need that out.
Hooking up to track number 1 is Gage McBride from Oakville, New Brunswick. He's running all revved up, loud, proud edition of 1066 International in this 1,200-pound class on track number 1.
That last puller with the white was Wade Girdwood, 2:53.03. On the line right now, on the track right now, is Kyle Townsend.
Looks like Gage might have a little malfunction there on track number 1. Just couldn't quite get that transmission to engage, get that wheel spinning.
Rodney Everett and Mark Culberson. Make sure you're ready to go over on track 2, please. That's Rodney Everett and Mark Culberson. We're going to be looking for you over on track 2. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Cohen Corbett. It's a 1466 International.
Getting ready to pull here on track number 1 in this 1,200-pound class is Danny Poole. Again, his distance to beat, 368 feet, hauled by Dallas Hughes. Second place is Mike Hansen with 350.90 feet. Third place is Danielle McKenzie at 281.9 feet on this 1,200-pound track 1 class.
Notice 2 pullers. Can we please get the 8,500-pound Light Pro Farm Tractors ASTTQ Hot Farm to the starting line on track 1, please? That's the Light Pro Farm Tractors. Please come to the starting line over on track 1. We're going to be pulling you. We're not going to stop.
Danny Poole's runs 251.29 feet. On track 1 of that 1,200-pound lawn tractor class.
.254 feet, that hook for Cohen Corbett.
Should take a minute while we have a second to thank some of our sponsors that make this event possible. Best Home BMR, JPS Trucking, Rayners Automotive, Ag Con Contracting, Green Lush Landscaping, Leon Banks Pool, D Precise Trucking, Richwell Truck Center, Graybar, Legacy Motors, Covey Basics, Mountain View Packers, and Fresh Mart Grocery. We thank you.
Notice to the pullers, 8,500-pound Light Pro Farm, as well as the 7,200-pound single-engine modified tractors. We're going to be looking for you to get lined up over on track 1. We're not stopping for no supper breaks.
Lining up on track number 1 is Heather Barkhouse from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. She's running a 2021 Kubota B2650 she calls L&S Express. That's Heather Barkhouse from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia.
That was Tyler Ferguson over on track 2, 248 feet. Your top 5 right now: in first place, Johnny Wilson, 255 feet. In second place, Tyler Britton, 254.11. In third place, Charlie Webster, 254 feet even. Also tied for third at 254 feet even, Cohen Corbett.
Over here in track number 1, it looks like Scott White from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, driving the Weed Eater. It's a Massey 50, sponsored by the Tool Shed. That's Scott White from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. That's a pretty good pull there for Scott, 294.07 feet. That puts him in third place in this 1,200-pound lawnmower class.
Next on the line from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick, he's been pulling for 12 years, is Jason Gray. Behind the wheel of a 1987 2-135 white called It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere. Reminder to pullers once again, can you guys hear me back there in the pits? I sure hope you can, because we're going to be looking for limited or light Pro Farm tractors over on track 1 and single engine modified over on track 1. We're not going to be stopping for a supper break. We're going to put you straight through. That'll be immediately after the 1,200-pound modified garden tractors.
Now setting up on track 1 in the 1,200-pound class is Braden Green from South Metland, Nova Scotia. Braden's driving a unit he calls Ferguson Fury, a 1952 Ferguson tin work, and it's got a Kawasaki 1000cc engine. And that's Braden Green from South Metland, Nova Scotia with the Ferguson Fury.
Next on the line in the 14,000-pound stock class is going to be Brandon Kennedy out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is an 1130 Massey owned by Mark Darling and Sons. You see what I got right here? This is a 50-50 lady, and she just told me the jackpot is over $15,000 now. So make sure you're getting your hands on some 50-50 tickets. Wave her down, get yourself some 50-50.
Up on track number 1 in this 1,200-pound class. The action doesn't stop with Sam Gillis from Kelvin Cove, Prince Edward Island. He's running Redline Addiction, a 682 Cub Cadet. This is Sam's 21st year pulling tractors. Once again, Sam Gillis from Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island on Redline Addiction.
250.08 feet. Paddock for Brandon Kennedy.
That was a great hook there by the Redline Addiction. 327.60 feet. And that's good for third place in the 1,200-pound lawnmower class.
Once again, we have Jonathan Ombley on track out of Mapledale, New Brunswick with the Mapledale Special. He's going to be trying to track down Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson still your leader, 255 feet.
Getting ready to pull here on track number 1 in the 1,200-pound class is Devin Whitehead from Newport Station. He is driving Nightmare. It's a Kubota-powered 1,200-pound class tractor. Really good to see James Bank here at the Centreville Tractor Pull for 2025. James has been coming to this event for years. That's another good pull there down on track 1 for Devin Whitehead. 328.16 feet, and that slides him right into 3rd place in this 1,200-pound lawn tractor class. See over there in the far grandstand, the prize patrol giving out some prizes to the crowd. Make some noise, make eye contact, and get your prize. Backing into the drag on track number 1 is Jacob Taylor from Canoe Cove, Prince Edward Island. He's driving a unit he calls a Little Chaos. Jacob's 5th year pulling, and it's a 2008 Kubota B3200, sponsored by Quinn's Marine, Toy Master Motorsports. Jacob Taylor, Canoe Cove, Prince Edward Island.
That's early.
And the last tractor to hook over here on track 2 was Daryl Kidney with the Red Rooster. 251 feet. Next on the line, coming down track 2 is going to be Stephen Gertley. This is a 1974 966 International. Distance to beat right now is still 255 feet. set by Johnny Wilson. .255 feet was the distance to beat.
Over there in track number 1, Connor Harvey's lining up to the drag from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. He's running Young Gun, the Massey Ferguson 1,200-pound lawn tractor, sponsored by Dwayne Harvey Equipment Limited. It's Connor Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. That was a great hook from Connor Harvey. There wasn't much farther he could take that lawn tractor down this track, folks. Pulling total of 386.49 feet. Good for first place in this 1,200-pound lawn tractor class.
This is Hunter Gartley out of Red Bridge, New Brunswick, with a tractor called Whiskey Bent. 255 feet is the distance to beat, and it looks like he's getting a good hook out of it. .253.03 feet, that hook for Hunter Gartley. Not enough to break into the lead.
Lining up to that drag on track number 1 is Cameron Tobin from Windsor, Nova Scotia. He's running the vehicle he calls Rum Runner, his second year pulling. It's a Massey Ferguson. Distance to beat, he's got to go down 286 feet, pretty much down to those campers. Let's see what Cameron Tobin from Windsor, Nova Scotia can do. That's a good hook there for Cameron, 328.66 feet. That puts Cameron in 4th place in this class.
Coming down track 2 now, we have Mark Derling from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. That's a 4440 John Deere. That's the same type of tractor that's currently leading the class, but that one was driven by Johnny Wilson. He's out there 255 feet.
Back into the drag on track 1 is Stephen DeMond from Windsor, Nova Scotia. He's driving Black Sheep, the 2019 Massey Ferguson, his 6th year pulling tractors. His sponsors are Gordon Anthony Concrete, BJM Bus and Auto Body. Stephen DeMond from Windsor, Nova Scotia. He found the mud over there on that track number 1.
We are looking for our 18,000-pound stock tractors at the starting line as well, please. 18,000-pound stock. Get ready. You're on the line next. I believe that was Adam Hogg, 251.08 feet. With one tractor left in this 14,000-pound stock tractor class. Next
Back in the
final
drag here in that
tractor.
1,200-pound class on track 1 is Jamie Kugel from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's running the Redneck Rampage. It's powered by 1200cc Suzuki.
Next
Jamie is
in-
sponsored by the Waterfront Pub and Woodstock Truck Shop. Jamie Kugel, Jacksonville, New Brunswick. Nice hook by Jamie and a great save there going into that out of bounds line. Looks like he pulled a total of 308.74 feet.
£18,000 stock. We need you at the starting line, please. £18,000 stock. We need you at the starting line over on track 2. Once again, let's make sure our 8,500-pound light Pro Farm tractors and our 7,500-pound or 7,200-pound single-engine modified tractors are ready to go over on track 1.
Over here in track 1 in this 1,200-pound lawn tractor class, right now your class leader is Connor Harvey, 386 feet. Your second place, Dallas Hughes, 368. Your third place is Mike Hansen at 350. We got a full 4 pullers left here to try to catch Mr. Harvey. And up to the docket is John McDonald from Union Corner, Nova Scotia. He's driving the Ninja Turtle. It's a Massey Ferguson owned by Travis Swimmer. That's John McDonald from Union Corner, Nova Scotia on the Ninja Turtle. That was another good hit. Hook there from John McDonald. 377.44.
All right, we've got
That
some
puts
guys that need to go to the dyno. Johnny Wilson, Wayne Gerwood, Tyler Bredden, Charlie Webster, Braden Corbett, Wayne Townsend, Cohen Corbett, and Hunter Gardley. You all need to go to the dyno for the 14,000-pound stock. Everybody else, you can go get weighted for the 18,000 if you're pulling in that class. On the track now, over on track 2, I believe we have Ben Everett behind the wheel of a 5488 John Deere. This is the 14,500-pound Too Hot to Farm.
Back on that track number 1, as reported, John McDonald, 377.44, puts him in second place, just behind Connor Harvey. And up next, backing up to the drag, Jacob Shaw from Fredericton, New Brunswick. He's running a tractor he calls Back in Black, a 1992 Suzuki 1200, sponsored by Jayco Heating and Cooling and the Woodstock Truck Shop. Jacob's no stranger to pulling. He's been doing this for over 14 years. Let's once again, Jacob Shaw from Fredericton, New Brunswick in Back in Black.
273.10 feet, that hook for Ben Everett. And then there was 2 to go. we're going to be looking for the 18,000 pound stock tractors right after these guys. We're trying to get ahead of the weather here, so make sure you got your rigging ready to hook.
Jacob Shaw is pulled there on track 1, 307.12 feet. Good for 9th place here in the 1,200 pound lawn tractor class.
Next on the line in the 14.5, too hot to farm, Mark Culberson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. 273.10 feet is the distance to beat. This is a John Deere 4055. Oh, he might have got him. I think he got him. That was a good hook from Mark Culberson. Let's see it. 273.1, the distance to beat. 3:02:07, you're looking at your new class leader, Mark Culberson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick, with 1 to go in the 14.5 too hot to farm class.
Backing the drag on track number 1, Dwight Horsnell from Weston, Nova Scotia. He's driving a tractor, Blue Bayou. And get this, Dwight, he's been pulling for 40 plus years. He's going to pull the Blue Bayou New Holland. That's Dwight Horsnell from Weston, Nova Scotia. That's another strong hook for Dwight Horsnell, 350.27 feet. That puts him in 5th place in this 1,200 pound lawn tractor class with 1 more entry to go.
All right, if Johnny Wilson is still waiting to dyno or getting weights on or whatever, we are going to be looking for him at the track. He is the first tractor in the 18,000 pound stock tractor class, so we're going to be looking for him. Next and final tractor on the line is going to be Sean Hamilton from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick with the 1066 International. .302:07 is your current distance to beat, set by Mark Culberson. See through that torque converter. Oh.
Up there on track number 1, pulling class tractor, this 1,200 pound class, is Joey Reed. That was Joey Reed, Heartland, New Brunswick, pulling Taz at 2055 white. And that concludes the 1,200-pound lawn tractor class here on track 1. The placements as I see it: first place, Connor Harvey. Second place, John McDonald. Third place, Dallas Hughes. Fourth place, Mike Hansen. Fifth place, Dwight Horsnell. Sixth place, Cameron Tobin. Seventh place, Devin Whitehead. Eighth place, Sam Gillis. Ninth place, Jamie Kugel. And 10th, Jacob Shaw. That concludes the 1,200-pound lawn tractor class on track 1.
258.01 feet. That was that hook for Sean Hamilton. Not quite good enough to get past Mark Culberson. The results for the 14,500-pound 2-aught to farm class: in first place, Mark Culberson, 302.07 feet. In second place, Ben Everett, 273.10 feet. And in third place, Sean Hamilton, 258.01 feet. We are now going to be looking for the 18,000-pound stock tractor class. Over on track 1, you're going to be looking forward to seeing your 8,500-pound light pro farm tractors / HSTTQ hot stock tractors, hot farm tractors. We are not going to be breaking for supper, so pullers, if you can hear me back there, we're going to be picking right up with our evening schedule. Over on track 2, after the 18,000-pound stock, we're going to be looking for the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors. So make sure you guys are ready. We only have 10 or 12 tractors. Yeah, we only have 8 or 10 tractors in the 18,000-pound stock class. So let's make sure we've got the 8,500-pound light limited pro stocks ready to rock over here on track 2.
Second, I'll show you. This is what class is it? We're getting the drag set over here for track number 1 for the 8,500-pound light Pro Farm ASTTQ Hot Farm class. That's on track number 1. It's going to be a competitive class here tonight. With 14 competitors here pulling in this 8,500-pound light Pro Farm ASTTQ Hot Farm class. I'd like to take a second here to thank some of our sponsors: Michaud Petroleum, JPS Trucking, Clarence Farm Services Limited, Maritime Paper, Carlton Industrial Supplies, Marty's Electric, Thomas Farms, Russell Metals, McQuaid Truck Repair, Beer One Delivery, Auto Parts, CarQuest, Rainers Automotive 276, and Sticks and Stoves Landscaping. We thank you for your support on this 2025 Centreville Tractor Pull.
Right now, we're just taking a minute so we can get our pullers. You see, one of the issues is the 14,000-pound stock tractors. There's a lot of the same tractors that run in the 14 and the 18,000-pound stock tractors, including the first puller in the class, Johnny Wilson. What these guys are having to do is, once they're done pulling the end of the 14,000-pound stock class, they got to leave the track. They got to dyno those tractors so that they can make sure that they're fitting the horsepower rating that they're supposed to fit for that class. And then they got to go back to the trailer, add 4,000 pounds to those tractors, and then come back to the track. So there's just a little bit, we're going to give them just a little bit of leniency here to get back to the track. Actually, funny enough, I was just talking with Johnny Wilson just a second ago, and he came up to me, and I thought he was pulling my leg. He said, "How did I make out in the last hook?" I was the very first one to try the right-hand side of the track. I didn't know if it was going to work, but I said, "Oh, you know what? That looks pretty good. I think I'm going to try it." And I said, "You're pulling my leg, right?" He said, "No, why?" I said, "I think you just wanted to come up here and for me to tell you in person that you won that last class." He said, "I had no idea. I left the track, I ran on the dyno, and we went right back to the trailer to put weights on. I don't know what happened." So you're looking at the leader, or the winner in the 14,000-pound stock class, pulling onto the line. as the first tractor in the 18,000 pound stock tractor class. Out of Bedell, New Brunswick. This is a 1984 4450 John Deere called Sweet Emotion.
Over here in track number 1, the action continues with Stephen Grange from St. Elzer, Quebec on the Toy Smoker. Not the result Steve wanted. Nonetheless, the Toy Smoker, 1981 International 1086. We appreciate you coming down here from St. Elzer, Quebec to enjoy our Centreville Multiplex. They might be setting the drag nonetheless to get things going here on that track number 1. They're all written down. I might have went down. No. They need to announce me. You guys are ahead of me yourself. Hooking up here on track number 1 in this 8,500-pound class is Travis Swiminer from Newport, Nova Scotia. He's driving the unit he calls a Smoking Turtle, Massey Ferguson 1105. This is Travis's 10th year pulling tractors. Travis Swiminer from Newport, Nova Scotia on the Smoking Turtle.
And it looks like Johnny Wilson's going to be re-pulling. He does have the option to do that as the first puller in the class. So now, the first official hook of the 18,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be by Dan Taylor behind the wheel of the 2180 White from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. This tractor's called the Family Feud.
I would say Travis had that good hook there on that 8,500-pound class on track number 1. One thing I want to take a minute to mention is that there's a Puller's Barbecue Supper here at the front of the multiplex. Sorry, to finish that thought, there's a Puller's Barbecue for 4:30 to 6 here. Bring your coupons if you are a puller for your barbecue out front of the multiplex. That's from 4:30 to 6. We'll be ready to go. Bring your coupons for your supper. And we thank you for coming here to the Centreville multiplex. Over on track number 1, Travis Swimmer's pull was 313.06 feet. That's good for first place in this 8,500-pound class on track 1.
And that was 254.08 feet for Dan Taylor from right here in Centreville with the Family Feud. Just want to note our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown trucks. We need to have you guys ready as well. 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown trucks. Can you please start getting ready?
Backing up to the drag on track 1 in this 8,500-pound class is Stevie Graham from Centreville, New Brunswick. She is running the Ollie Express 1855 Oliver, sponsored by SWG Manufacturing. That's Stevie Graham from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick.
Charlie Webster's the next tractor on the line in the 18,000-pound stock class from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4455 John Deere called Big John. Distance to beat.
That's a good hook there by Stevie Graham. Nice to see the black smoke flying here this afternoon at the Centreville multiplex. .282.07 feet for Stevie Graham.
Distance to beat for Charlie Webster was 254.08 feet set by Dan Taylor. You can see now Charlie Webster just getting stopped. Now when it comes to rain, here at the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pull, as long as the track does not get slick, we can still run this stuff that has the higher horsepower. But if the track starts to get slick on top, all those guys are going to do is sit there and spin. It is not safe to run them. And these guys don't want to be breaking their equipment to sit here and spin in Centreville. So we can't have that. but we are going to keep them running unless the track starts to get real slick on top, and you can keep an eye on that yourself.
Over here on track number 1, hooked to the drag is Jordan Mockler from New Denmark, New Brunswick. Jordan's been pulling for 15 years. He's driving Puddle Jumper 2, an International 966 owned by Glenn Mockler and Sons. The Mocklers have been supporting the Centreville tractor pull for years, and we love seeing them coming out. Once again, Jordan Mockler from New Denmark, New Brunswick. That was a good run for Jordan. In that 8,500-pound class on track number 1. $306.04 feet for Jordan, and that is good for second place, just behind Travis Swimmer at 313.06. And sitting in third place as we stand is Stevie Graham for 282.07. Lots of competition coming up in this tight run 8,500-pound class on track number 1 here at the Centreville Multiplex. Looks like we're right back to action here on track 1 again with Ethan Liberty from Skowhegan, Maine. He is driving double time at 61.45 white.
And that last tractor to pull over here on track 2 was Jack Mulligan out of Middletown, Prince Edward Island, behind the wheel of a 4440 John Deere owned by Darcy Mulligan.
Hooked and ready to go is Ethan Liberty from Skowhegan, Maine on double time.
Next on the line is going to be Cohen Corbett from North Granville, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1975 1466 International called She Ain't Purty.
That was another strong run by Ethan Liberty of Skowhegan, Maine, on track 1 in the 8,500-pound class. .286.11. 286.11, good for third place in this class thus far.
Next tractor on the line in the 18,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be James Scott from Woodstock, New Brunswick. This is a 2/155 white called No Strings Attached. There may be no strings attached, but it's going to get the chain of that Iron Man attached here in just a moment. And then he's going to get the green flag and to try to track down Dan Taylor. Dan Taylor's leading this class, 254.08 feet. In second place right now, Colin Corbett, 249.10 feet. In third place, Jack Mulligan, 249.06 feet. That's your top three right now. James Scott trying to shuffle things up a little bit. Let's see what he can do behind the wheel of the 2/155 white.
Getting ready over there on track number 1 in the 8,500-pound class is Jacob Horsnell from Aylesford, Nova Scotia. He's running the Orange Alice Chalmers 8030, sponsored by Northridge Farms, Community Metal, Kingston, Nova Scotia. That was a good hook for that Alice Chalmers 8030 from Jacob Horsnell from Aylesford. .302.09 feet for Jacob Horsnell puts him in third place in this 8,500-pound light Pro Farm ASTTQ Hot Farm class. Backing into the drag on track 1 in the 8,500 light Pro Farm class is Kellyanne Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec, with the Thunder Deer 2.0, a John Deere 7280. The Lagrange family has brought many tractors to this facility over the years, and we appreciate them coming down. And that's Kellyanne Lagrange on the Thunder Deer 2.0.
Next on the line in the 18,000-pound stock tractor class is Mason Carpenter out of Belleville, New Brunswick. This is a 2/155 white, owned by Carpenter Farms and sponsored by Covey Basics, Pioneer Seeds, and Carpenter Logging.
There is one change. I guess Stephen Lagrange is running this tractor, not Kellyanne, but nonetheless, we still appreciate the Lagrange family from coming down here and putting on a show for us here in Centreville, New Brunswick. That was another good pull from Stephen Lagrange. ...323 feet puts them in first place. Stephen Lagrange, St. Isidore, Quebec. First place in the 8,500 light pro farm class on track number 1.
Next tractor in the 18,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be Braden Corbett from North Granville, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1977 1466 International called Just Passing Through. He's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to pass through for a win. Your leader right now, Dan Taylor, 254.08 feet.
Non-stop action on track number 1, 2 is Ben Bison from Sabattis, Maine. On an 1855 Oliver, he calls Blowing Money. He is sponsored by Affordable Well Drillers. That's Ben Bison from Sabattis, Maine on Blowing Money.
We do have the official results for the 14,000-pound stock tractor class. First place goes to Tyler Breton. Second place to Charlie Webster. Third place goes to Braden Corbett. Third place also goes to Wayne Townsend. Fourth place goes to Hunter Gartley. Fourth place also goes to Wade Gerwood. Fifth place goes to Adam Hogg, and sixth place to Jack Mulligan. So come on over and grab your checks for the 14,000-pound stock tractor class.
Just want to announce again to all you pullers who have a coupon, there's going to be a supper barbecue on the front of the multiplex inside from 4:30 to 6. Bring your bracelet in, your coupon in for supper. All pullers barbecue, 4:30 to 6 inside the multiplex. Backing into the drag now is Danny Poole on track 1 from Nova Scotia. He's running a Case IH MXM 190, sponsored by Atlantic Building and Restoration, Danny's Speed Shop. That's Danny Poole from Nova Scotia on the Case IH. His distance to beat is 323 feet even, held by Stephen Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec. That was a real good hook there for Danny Poole. Couldn't see down that side if he stayed in bounds or not. Nonetheless, great action on track number 1 in this 8,500-pound class.
And that 2:45.03, that's for over here on track 2. 245.03 feet for Jason Gray from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. Rodney Lappage, the next trip puller on the track. This is a 1976 1466 International called Whiskey Bend. Also, notice to the pullers, the next class on the line over here on track 2 is the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors. You're on the line next.
That last hook on the 8,500 light pro farm from Danny Poole, registered at 3:16.07. That might put him in the second place behind Stephen Lagrange. Great hook for that Oliver. Backing in here on track number 1 in the 8,500-pound class is Tanner Oakes from Bath, New Brunswick. He is running the Monkwater 3. It's an AGCO GT 1160. He had a little problems last night, but like I said last night, these Oakes boys know how to get her going again, and he's out here to show us what this AGCO GT 1160 can do. Tanner and his father Robert are no stranger to the tractor pulling circuit. They've been doing this for years, and we're happy to have them come to the Centreville tractor pull at the multiplex.
Notice to pullers, once again, we're going to start looking for our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified trucks over on track 1. That's our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified trucks. We're going to be soon looking for you over on track 1. Over on track 2, we're going to be looking to move to our 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors, followed by the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown trucks. You guys have only got 5 tractors till you're ready to be on the track, so let's make sure you guys are ready to go.
Track 1, Tanner Oaks, Bath, New Brunswick on the Hmong Quarter 3. That was a great hook there for Tanner.
Over here in the 18,000-pound stock tractor class, we've got Blake Gartley from Jacksontown, New Brunswick, behind the wheel of a 2/135 white. Distance to beat is still 254.08 feet. Oh, what's that? Is that 277?
No, yeah, sorry, 277.
Over there in track 1, Tanner Oaks hook 298.01, good for 6th place in this class.
My apologies. The distance to beat is 277.09 feet, set by Braden Corbett.
Up to your drag on track number 1 is David Henderson from Dover Foxcroft, main on the Tennessee Honey. It's an Oliver 1850. Once again, David Henderson on Tennessee Honey on track number 1 in the 8500 Light Pro Farm ASTTQ Hot Farm class. Boys, that track number 1 seems to be biting today because all these pullers are getting great hooks down that track 1 here in the Centreville Multiplex.
Just a reminder, next class on the line over on track 2 is going to be the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors. We're going to be looking for you guys. Make sure you're lined up and ready to go. On the line now, we have Tyler Britton from right here, well, actually just down the road in Deerville, New Brunswick. behind the wheel of a 1466 International called Mama's New Kitchen. Distance to beat is 277 feet right now, set by Braden Corbett.
Dave Henderson's pull was 307.04 feet on track number 1. That was good for fourth place here in this 8,500-pound light pro farm class. Once again, while they're pulling on track 2, I want to say all pullers, if you have that bracelet, please go and have your supper provided to you from Heartland Fresh Mart in the front of the multiplex. If you are a puller, you are eligible for the supper, and they're ready to go, ready to serve. The food is hot, so please don't wait. Backing into the drag on track 1 is Ben Bison from Sabattis, Maine. This has been 6-year pulling, and he is pulling a tractor he calls the White Mare, a 1966 White 2 150. Ben is sponsored by Affordable Well Drillers. Ben Bison from Sabattis, Maine on the White Mare. That'll kill the mosquitoes, folks. Good honest hook there by Ben on that White Mare.
Landon Hogg's our next puller, I believe at a Wilmette Valley PEI. This is a 4455 John Deere. Distance to beat right now, 277 feet, set by Braden Corbett. .06 for Ben, and that puts him in 7th place in the 8,500-pound class here on track number 1. We are just waiting on a distance on that last hook from Landon Hogg.
While we're waiting for track 2's distance, I'd like to introduce Mitch Thomas there on track number 1 in the 8,500-pound class. Mitch is pulling a tractor he calls the Haywire, a 5488 International, sponsored by Thomas Farms. And for those of you who don't know Mitch, he's the gentle giant the most gentle giant I've ever met. And this is Mitch Thomas on the haywire. Just what a pull that was for Mitch Thomas from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick on track 1 in the 8,500-pound class.
18,000 pound stock. We need you to go and move your tractors off the end of the track, please. 18,000 pound stock. Please go move your tractors off the end of the track.
Mitch's pull of 319.02 feet puts him into second place in the 8,500 Light Pro Farm class. Could I have Rowan Patterson come to the announcer's booth, please? Rowan Patterson, come to the announcer's booth.
Just have a look at that 50-50. It's creeping up over $18,000, near $18,000. Do you guys think we can get that 50-50 over $20,000? I think we're within reach. Make sure you grab yourself some 50-50 tickets and you could go home with a big fat stack of cash in your pocket here in Centreville tonight. The 50-50 ticket, ladies are coming around. You can buy them, I believe, with cash or debit. You can also go online to rafflebox.ca and look for the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pull and get your 50-50 tickets. Let's get those numbers up over 20 grand. Now that would make somebody a really happy tractor pull attendee.
Over on track 1, last puller in this 8,500 class is Stephen Grange, who's going to re-pull. Didn't take his first hook from St. Elzer, Quebec on the Toy Smoker, a 1981 International 1086.
Can we please get Claudine to the announcer stand, please? Claudine, come on over.
Don't forget, pullers, bring your coupon and go get your supper. The food is hot and ready here in the front of the multiplex. That's all, pullers. Bring your coupon for your supper.
250.01 feet was that last hook over here on track 2 for the 18,000-pound stock tractors. That was Johnny Wilson out of Bedell, New Brunswick. $18,000-pound stock guys. We also need you to go down and move your tractors. We're trying to get some other equipment up here on the track. Next class we're looking to see is the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors over here on track 2. We are not stopping for supper. We're pulling straight through. We want to try to beat the weather, so let's see if we can pick them up and put them down. We need a tow up here on track 1. We do need a tow on track 1. Can we please get Claude in to the announcer's stand as well, please? And if you're sitting in the grandstands and you're wondering how much rain is too much rain, where do we draw the line? Well, if the track starts to get slippery, so right now we've just got a little bit of mist coming, and really the track needs moisture anyway, so that's really not going to slow these tractors down, a little bit of rain. But if we start to get any amount of rain where that track starts to get really slick and these guys are struggling to get any power to the ground and they're just slipping, that's when we're going to have to call it, because it's going to start being unsafe.
What? Just want to announce the top 11 from the 8,500 Light Pro Farm. First place, Stephen Legrand. Second place, Mitch Thomas. Third place, Danny Poole. Fourth place, Travis Swimmer. Fifth place, David Henderson. Sixth place, Jordan Mockler. Seventh place, Jacob Horsnell. Eighth place, Ben Bison. Ninth place, Tanner Oakes. 10th place, Ethan Liberty. And 11th is Stevie Graham. And that concludes the 8,500 Light Pro Farm on track number 1.
We've got just a short break in the action here. Let's see if we can get that 50-50 up over $20,000 before we reach the end of the 2025 Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Poll. Just want to take a minute to thank everybody who helps put on this event. All of the track crew. We want to give them a huge shout out. County Tractors and Machinery for providing us with track working equipment. All of our volunteers, the ladies here at the booth.
Lining up over here on track number 1 is a 7,200-pound modified tractor single engine class. These things make some noise. So if you're here to listen to some noise, you came to the right spot.
Tyson Gordon, can you please come down to the announcer's tent, please? Tyson Gordon, come down to the announcer's tent.
Okay, over there in the grandstand on track number 1, you're going to see a gentleman walking by with a white box. Inside that white box, some gifts you may want. So if you make eye contact, wave your hands for the prize control over there in the grandstand on track number 1. If it wasn't for our sponsors, we wouldn't be here today. We'd like to thank Thomas Hyundai, J.H. Simonson Well Drilling, First Town Pest Control, Smalley's Welding and Repair, Carlton Industrial, St. Ange Landscaping, BD Grass Farms, Lenahan McCain, Napa Graham Auto Parts, Sticks and Stones Landscaping, and McGrath Logistics. We thank you. We want to see some hands waving over there in the track 1 grandstands for the prize patrol, dude. Make them throw them high.
We do have a top 5 for the 18,000-pound stock tractor. So these fellers need to go Dino, Braden Corbett, Dan Taylor, Mason Carpenter, Cohen Corbett, and Tyler Britton. You guys need to go to the Dino. Everybody else can head back to the hauler.
I want to announce one more time for the pullers that are done pulling. Please take your bracelet and go get your puller supper, sponsored by Heartland Fresh Mart over here in the front of the multiplex. The boys and the girls have got the barbecue pretty well done, foods ready to go, and come eat it while it's hot. That's all pullers. Get a barbecue supper in the front of the multiplex.
We're going to be moving on over here on track 2 to our 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class. At the moment, we are just waiting on Steve Gagné. He did just come off the track over on track 1, so we're just giving him a little bit of leniency to get over here to track 2.
Get ready here for some noise on track number 1 in the 7,200-pound single-engine class. It's Kirsty Robinson from Scotland, Pennsylvania with the Hemi blowing Daddy's Pocketbook. Kirsty Robinson with Daddy's Pocketbook. That's a great hook there for Kirsty down there. $322.03 feet for Kirsty Robinson on Daddy's Pocketbook.
First tractor on the line here in this 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class is a fellow that's traveled here all the way from St. Elzire, Quebec. And these guys have been very consistent supporters of the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole. It's Steve Gagne with the Red Smoker.
Getting ready there on track number 1. This is Justin Belzer from Ellsford, Nova Scotia. He's driving the Hurricane Hemi, a 2024 mod tractor sponsored by Rick Balser's Welding. Justin Balser from Ellsford, Nova Scotia, driving the Hurricane Hemi.
316.11 feet. That's the distance to beat, Ryan. No pressure, buddy. Hey, yeah, you're the only green feller. The other two's red. All the John Deere fans are pulling for you.
Good pull there by Justin Balser from Aylesford. 304.02 feet. Puts him in second place in this class today.
And as you can see what's going on down here at the starting line, something that we don't talk about very often is that these pullers do have the option to start that sled anywhere on that starting line. You can move that sled back and forth, left to right, but you cannot advance it forward and back, of course. But anywhere on that starting line, you can move that sled left to right, so you can start in whatever position you think gives you the best advantage over the competition. As you can see, Ryan has chosen to start that sled a little bit towards the right-hand side of the track. This is the second tractor of 3 in the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class. Distance to beat right now, 316.11 feet. And this fella's got right here's got a tractor that I think can do it. This is Ryan Springer from right around the corner in Waterville, New Brunswick, behind the wheel of a 4255 John Deere called My Other Deere.
Backing up on track 1 is Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut, driving 1 too many to 526 Sassy Hemi. That's Rick Wolf with 1 too many.
Ladies and gentlemen, from just down the road in Waterville, New Brunswick, this is Ryan Springer with My Other Deere.
Great pull there by Rick Wolf.
320 feet, that's the hook for Ryan Springer. That's good to take first place with 1 to go here in the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class. But let me tell you, this last one to go, he ain't messing around. And he's going to want to do anything he can to get past that John Deere.
Over there, track number 1, that last pull for Rick Wolf was 332 feet. Good for first place in the 7,200-pound modified tractor single engine class.
And I just got word that it's also this lad's birthday here today. I bet you it would be a pretty nice birthday present if he could get out there and skate on past that John Deere that just took the lead. 320 feet is the distance to beat.
Backing up on track number 1 is Evan Purring from Fairhaven, Massachusetts. He is driving the Bada Bing with the Chevy Big Block engine in the 7,200-pound modified truck class.
We need Phil Bisson to the pits on lane 2. Phil Bisson, we're ready to line you up on lane 2. The next and final tractor in this 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class is driven by a man it's his birthday today, from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. Distance to beat is 320 feet, set by Ryan Springer with My Other Deer. The only man with an opportunity to beat him is sitting behind the wheel. This is Chance McGrath with Last Chance. Holy smokes, there it is. That's a birthday present right there. I thought they were going to have to drop the anchor on the drag. "320 feet was the distance to beat." Oh, 368.08 feet. Chance McGrath is your winner.
Up here in track number 1 is Lower Knoxford's own Adam Lawrence driving White Lightning. It's a Ford 545. Once again, takes the pullers to remind you about the puller supper with your bracelet. Please come to the front of the multiplex if you are done pulling and enjoy a delicious supper put on by the volunteers and sponsored by Heartland Fresh Mart. Phony Farmer, that's John. Over there, hooking on track 1 is John Bachman from York, Pennsylvania. He is running a tractor he calls Phony Farmer, and it's got a blow-in Chevy owned by Tim Robinson. That's John Bachman from York, Pennsylvania on the Phony Farmer. Good solid hook there by John Bachman.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to get things geared up for our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown trucks.
$319 feet for John, puts him in third place in the 7,200-pound single-engine class.
First truck on the line is going to be driven by Sam Gillis from Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1923 Model T called Pure Insanity. $9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractors. They're getting them backed into the sled. This is going to be the man to set your distance to beat. All the way from Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island. He's going to pull that chain tight. And he's going to squeeze that throttle once he gets the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sam Gillis with Pure Insanity. Oh, that was a good hook for Sam Gillis. Wheels up a whole way down the track. You could see as he was starting out on that hook, he had to feather that thing out there quite a little ways. I think the dirt on the starting line is just a little bit loose. So these guys are really having to feather them so that they can stay hooked up to the ground until they can get out where they can really get some traction. What a good hook. And great driving from Sam Gillis with Pure Insanity.
Another great hook there by Robin Horsell from Aylesford, Nova Scotia, driving Daddy's Wheelies. It's a 40 Chevy, sponsored by Northbridge Farms, Community Metals, Nova Scotia. That's Robin Horsell from Aylesford, Nova Scotia, was driving Daddy's Wheels.
Ladies and gentlemen, pulling onto the track now, we have Taddy Bill out of Fredericton, New Brunswick. This is a 1964 white called the Bobtail Rat. Distance to beat right now is 292.11 feet set by Sam Gillis. You can see, interestingly enough, Taddy Bill has chosen to set the drag over to the left-hand side of the track. He thinks that he's going to get a little bit better traction coming out of there. So we'll see what's going to happen here. It'll be interesting to see. You can see him wipe a little rain off the windshield so you can get a clear view as to what's going on. 292.11 feet, the distance to beat. This is Taddy Bill with the Bobtail Rat. That was a good hook. 292. That's what you're looking for. 292 or better to get past Sam Gillis.
Over on track 1 is Dwayne Harvey in the Brooklyn Duster, sponsored by Dwayne Harvey Equipment Limited. That's Dwayne Harvey in the Brooklyn Duster.
Taddy Bill, 311.06 feet. That hook for Taddy Bill. That is good enough to take the lead with 2 trucks left to go here in this 6,200-pound blown truck class. But you could see, even though they moved the drag over to the left-hand side of the track, he still had to feather that thing out of there a long ways before he was able to hook up. Next on the line in the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown truck class is going to be driven by Devin Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. This is a T-bucket with a 526 Keith Black Hemi under the hood. I guess there's not really much of a hood on it, is there? He did just take a caution cone victim there. So the new distance to beat is 311.6 feet, set by Taddy Bill. On the track now, we have Devin Harvey with Hemi Thunder. I think we just need to get him. I'm pretty sure they've got a remote starter on these trucks, or there's some sort of a setup there. Like, I don't think he just turns a key and that thing fires up. I'll repeat myself once again now that you can hear me a little bit. Distance to beat right now set by Taddy Bill, 311.06 feet. Look at that 50-50, $19,295. We are going to get that thing over $20,000 here. Make sure you're buying your 50-50 tickets. You can buy them from the 50-50 ladies, or you can go to rafflebox.ca. As they're going to get Hemi Thunder fired back up, and Devin Harvey is going to try to get down there past Taddy Bill. Once again, 311.06 feet. That's what you're looking for.
Over there, track number 1, the action continues with the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class. We've got 7 entries in this class tonight. And up first is Greg Kingsman. Greg Kingsman from Berwick, Nova Scotia, driving the Oxbow Outlaw 1952 Ford. Sponsors Kingsman Construction, Community Metal in Kingston. Greg Kingsman from Berwick, Nova Scotia.
270.07 feet, that hook for Devin Harvey. Not quite enough to get down past Hattie Bill. That means there was 1 to go in the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown truck class. And that's going to be piloted by Robin Lowthers from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. No pressure, 311 feet. That's where Taddy's sitting. That's a good hook. We need the 8,500-pound 4x4 3-liter diesel trucks. Oh, we do need a tow for the sled on track 2. We need a tow for the sled on track 2, please. And the 8,500-pound 4x4 diesel trucks, please make your way to track 1. That's the 8,500-pound four-wheel drive diesel trucks. Head on over to track 1. How's everybody feeling here in Centreville this afternoon? Are you enjoying yourself? Oh, come on. We're pulling through the rain for you guys. Surely you can make a little bit more noise than that. All right. We're doing the best to get a show in. Mother Nature is giving us a little bit of a gift right now. It's just sprinkling. So all that means is that they're not going to add water to the track with the scrapers. As long as the rain doesn't get any heavier than this, we should be able to get the whole program in. So we want to thank everybody for coming out. I hope everybody's having a great time. As we've got that Iron Man sled moving once again. The wait is over. There's one man left that can possibly get past Hattie Bill, and that's Robin Lowthers from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. Sitting here in front of the grandstands. He's behind the wheel of Rage and Ruckus. Distance to beat is 311.06 feet. right. They're going to hook the chain. He's going to pull it tight, and he's going to be looking for that green flag. This is Robin Lowthers from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, with Rage and Ruckus. And it looks like they might just take a second and try to set the sled over.
Over at track 1, Greg Kingsman from Berwick, Nova Scotia had a pull of 3:03.11 in this 6,200-pound two-wheel drive truck class.
We are looking for Luke Kearney, Dennis Hogan, Maxim Breton, and Luke Kearney. Please make your way to the starting line for track 1. That's the 4x4 diesel trucks.
Up next on track number 1 is Michael McLean from York, Pennsylvania. He's driving the Village Idiots 1970 Chevy. That's Michael McLean from York, Pennsylvania on the Village Idiots.
Can we please get the Erase Your Neighbor Big Rigs ready to go for track 2, please? That's the Erase Your Neighbor Big Rigs ready to go on track 2. And we need the 10,500-pound hot stock tractors on track 1, please. That's our 10,500-pound hot stock tractors. Make your way to track 1. Can we please get Luke Kearney, Dennis Hogan, Maxim Breton, and Luke Kearney to the starting line, please?
Another good hook there by Michael McLean down there on the Village Idiots on track number 1 in the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class. 3:08.08, good enough for first place so far in this class.
Back for one more try over here on track 2. Robin Lowthers from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia with Rage and Ruckus. Distance to beat is 311.06 feet set by Taddy Bill.
Getting ready to hook on here on track number 1 is Alex Shepard from Burke's Corner, New Brunswick, driving the Grim Reaper, a 1946 International pickup. That's Alex Shepard from Burke's Corner, New Brunswick on the Grim Reaper, track number 1 in the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class.
The results for the 6,200-pound blown truck class: in first place, Taddy Bill, 311.6 feet. In second place, Sam Gillis, 292.11 feet. In third place, Devin Harvey, 270.07 feet. And in fourth place, Robin Lowthers, 253.10 feet. We are going to be moving on to our 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractors, and we've got a hell of a show for you here this afternoon. Last call for Dave Lamontagne on track 2. That's last call for Dave Lamontagne on track 2. And once again, over on track 2, we are going to be looking for the Race Your Neighbors semi-trucks. Race Your Neighbors semis. We're going to be pulling you guys very shortly over here on track 2. But right now, all of the focus has turned to these beautiful 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractors. And ladies and gentlemen, you take a look at these tractors. Can you see one that isn't just completely beautiful? Like, every one of them has just got some insane details. Yeah, you can hear some noise over there. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
That last hook to track 1 for Alex Shepard in the 6,200-pound class was 238.11 feet. Puts him in third place in this class so far this evening. Up next is Colby Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. This is Colby's third year pulling, and he's pulling a truck he called the Thunderstruck. Colby Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia on the Thunderstruck. Could I have race your neighbor big rigs get ready for track number 2 for some pulling action? That's a good pull there for Colby Harvey on the Thunderstruck on track 1 of the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified class.
And as you can see, we're keeping the wobbly wheel going over on track 2. Hopefully that will alleviate some of those hard to find grip issues on the starting line. But these 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farms have got all kinds of weight. They should start out quite a bit easier than what those trucks were. Every one of these boys are sitting in a hot seat right now, thinking about all the things that could go wrong, they hope don't.
Just another reminder for all you pullers, grab your bracelet, come to the front of the multiplex for your supper. The food is still hot for all your pullers. If you have not ate yet, come to the front of the multiplex for your puller's supper. Getting ready here on track number 1 is Michael Cole from Kingston, Nova Scotia. Running Spartan, a 42 Ford. Sponsors Community Metal, Kingston, Kingsman Construction, and Willowdale Farm. That's Michael Cole from Kingston, Nova Scotia. Over there on track number 1, Michael Cole's distance to beat, 3:08 by Michael McLean. Second place is Greg Kingsman at 3:03. Third place is Colby Harvey at 2:98.
Just a notice to the pullers, we are going to switch the 10.5 hot stock over onto track 2. 10.5 hot stock, you're coming onto track 2 after the Race Your Neighbor Big Rigs. Sitting on the starting line now, the first tractor in the 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class. We're looking at Phil Bisson from Sabatis, Maine. This is a 1066 International called All Revved Up, sponsored by Affordable Well Drilling. He's going to be setting your distance to beat. He's got 5 strong tractors coming right behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Bisson with All Revved Up. That was a good hook. You could see down here around the 150-foot mark, he had to get on the left side brake.
Good hook down there by Michael Cole on the 42 Ford. On the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class here on track number 1 at the Centreville Multiplex.
297.09 feet, 297.09 feet for Phil Bisson. That was a good hook. Now you could see down there around the 150-foot mark, Phil Bisson was getting just a little bit close to the line on the right-hand side. He had to stab the brake on the left-hand side. Now what that means, all these tractors have individual braking on the rear end. That means if they can hit the left brake while the front tires are off the ground, and they can still steer that tractor over to the left side. But it's not really that big of a benefit. These guys don't want to hit the brake, because when they hit the brake, that takes distance off of their run. And these guys need every inch that they can get to beat each other. Second tractor on the lines, driven by Carson Cole from Welton's Corner, Nova Scotia. It looks to be a 66 Series International. Sponsored by Community Metal in Kingston, Kinsman Construction, and Willowdale Farms.
.294.04 for Michael Cole on the 6,200-pound class. Puts him up in the 4th place, and up next on the hook on track number 1 is Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut, driving the Wolfpack, a 1982 Chevy S10 427 blown. That's Rick Wolf with the Wolfpack.
And you can see they've moved the sled for Carson over to the right-hand side of the track. They must think there's a little bit better grip there to get started.
If I can make a correction to Rick's truck, it's actually called
He's got
road
the chain
rage,
pulled tight.
but it is a 1982
Distance to beat
Chevy
is
S10 with a
297.09
motor.
feet, set by Phil Bisson. This is Carson Cole from Weldon's Corner, Nova Scotia, on the horse with no name. .270.06 feet. Not enough to get past Phil Bisson. Phil Bisson, still your class leader. And you could see that was a really rough run. I would say definitely did not go to plan, unfortunately, for Carson Cole. You could see that thing, it was almost like it hit the brakes here at the 100-foot mark. I don't know if the sled grabbed on something or what exactly happened there. And then, of course,
That was a great pull there by Rick Wolf on that Chevy S10. Distance to beat was 3:08.08, and he hit 3:13, our new class leader on the 6,200-pound dual-drive modified class. Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut, sliding into first place.
Next tractor on the line in the 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class is going to be driven by Glenn Stewart from Maplewood, Prince Edward Island. Do we have any Islander fans in the crowd here tonight? Make some noise for your boy Glenn Stewart. He's going to try to track down the fella from Maine, Phil Bisson. These tractors have all kinds of horsepower, and I'm telling you, these guys, they really run them on the ragged edge. These heavy Pro Farm tractors are 540 cubic inches with a 3-inch turbocharger. That's their class rules they're built for. And I know for a fact that this one on the track right now is pushing every single limit that it can. And he's going to use every cubic inch in that motor to try to get past Phil Bisson. And he's got no choice because he's got 3 more strong ones coming right behind him. Distance to beat right now, 297.09 feet. And we've got a proud Islander hooked to the Ironman sled from Maplewood, Prince Edward Island.
While they're getting things hooked up, they're on track number 1. Is Andy Forrester from Scotland, Pennsylvania. He's running a track 3 calls the Bandit. It's a Ford C-Cab truck in this 6,200-pound dual-drive modified truck class. That's Andy Forrester from Scotland, Pennsylvania in the Bandit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Glenn Stewart with the Spud Chucker 4. Oh, that was a great straight hook for Glenn Stewart. He's going to be happy. It snuffed out there at the end, but I think he's really close to taking the lead. .297.09 was the distance to beat. He
Back
had a
on
beautiful
track 1,
straight
Andy
run.
Forrester, distance to beat, 313 feet. .301.02 feet, ladies and gentlemen, your new class leader, Glenn Stewart with the Spud Chucker 4, with 3 to go in the 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class. Next on the line from Truro, Nova Scotia,
we've got Willie Blowendrat. You have a look right now. We are also over $20,000 for the 50-50. We finally made it. The ladies are walking around selling tickets on the 50-50. Make sure you buy some. Next tractor on the line, Willie Blowendrat from Truro, Nova Scotia. This is a 1980 866 International called Whoa Nelly. He's trying to track down the Islander. Leading right now, Glenn Stewart. On the track is Willie Blowendrat from Truro, Nova Scotia with Whoa Nelly. Unfortunately, some tough luck there on the starting line. Hate to see that for these guys, especially when they come all the way from Nova Scotia. Ladies and gentlemen, Make some noise for them. We appreciate you guys coming up all the way from Truro. We hope to have you with us many times in the future. And I do have a minor correction to make. Glenn Stewart's distance was actually 320 feet.
Over there on track number 1, the final placement for the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class. In first place, Rick Wolf. Second place goes to Michael McLaren. Third place is Greg Kingsman. Fourth place is Andy Forrester. Fifth place is Colby Harvey. Sixth place, Michael Cole. And seventh is Alex Shepard. That's the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class.
Backing into the Ironman sled now from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. We have Jeff Steves with a 1566 International called Teacher's Pet. Distance to beat right now is 320 feet set by Glenn Stewart. There's only 2 tractors left that can do it. One of them sitting on the track, hooked to the Ironman.
The action continues over there on track number 1 in the 8,500-pound 4x4 3.0-liter diesel truck class. They're just going to put a few weights on this drag, get it ready to go for Alan McDonald on the Black Sheep Peg Leg 2, the 2002 Ford F-350. And like we mentioned last night,
Jeff.
just want to finish like we mentioned last night. This truck of Alex McDonald's is for sale if anyone's interested in buying the Black Sheep Peg Leg 2. $277.04 feet. Not quite good enough to track down the Islander. Right now, Glenn Stewart leads this 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class. In second place, Phil Bisson, 297.09 feet. In third place, Jeff Steves, 277.04 feet. And in fourth place, Carson Cole, 270.06 feet. Onto the track comes the final tractor in the 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class. 320 feet is the distance to beat. And I think he's got a machine capable of doing it. But there's a lot of things that can go wrong in 321 feet.
Dear old dad, Steve Lagrange, getting him backed into the sled. But in the seat is Jameson Lagrange behind the wheel of that 7730 John Deere called Makes Sense. All right, distance to beat, 320 feet, set by Glenn Stewart with the spud chucker. On the line now, Jameson Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec with Makes Sense. $296.08 feet. That hook for Jameson Lagrange. Glenn Stewart with the Spud Chucker 4 takes home the win here in Centreville, day number 2. Woo! Sounds like we got some Glenn Stewart fans kicking around. Hell yeah! They're going home happy tonight.
Just wanted to make a correction to the 18,000-pound stock class. There was a DQ in the class, so the new ranked order in first place is Brandon Corbett. Second place is Macon Carpenter. Third place is Cohen Corbett. Fourth place is Tyler Britton. Fifth place, Jack Mulligan. And sixth place, James Scott. So if you guys could come collect your prize winnings here at the announcer's booth for the 18,000-pound stock class.
This is the hot stock.
Yeah, that's my hot
So you guys do it. This is the hot stock.
Up on track number 1 is a 10,005-pound hot stock class. And up to the drag is Jason Webster from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. He's running the unit he calls Middletown time, a 6215R John Deere. That's Jason Webster from Middleton, Prince Edward Island.
I believe we're looking for the Race Your Neighbor Big Rigs or the 20,000-pound semi-trucks over on track number 2.
Holy, if that doesn't set the bar high on this class, I don't know what would. What a pull by Jason Webster from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. How about 357.05 feet for Jason Webster? If the boys behind him want to beat that, they are going to have to put that clear down into the pits.
Might be in John Deere. Yeah, so.
Next up there on track number 1, trying to catch Jason Webster, is Glenn Mockler from New Denmark. Glenn's driving the 1066 International, sponsored by Glenn Mockler and Sons. Distance to beat, 357.05 feet.
First and only truck in the 20,000-pound semi-truck class is going to be driven by Caitlin Tribe from Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick. The truck is called Wild as Her. If
That's another good hook there by Glenn Mockler from New Denmark on the 1066 International.
And that was Caitlin Tribe with Wild as Her. We do only have one Race Your Neighbor truck with us here tonight. 341.05 feet. That was the distance for Caitlin Tribe. My apologies. 308.02 feet was the distance for Caitlin Tribe.
Glenn Mockler was 341.05, puts him in second place in this 10.5 hot stock class.
The only truck we have here to pull for the Race Your Neighbor class is going to be driven by Glenn Mockler from New Denmark, New Brunswick. This truck's called the Baby Blue Mule.
Backing into the drag on track number 1 is Jeff Wood from Mount Tyrone, Prince Edward Island. He's running Backwoods Binder, a 1973 International 1066 on this 10.5 hot stock class. His distance to beat is 357 feet, held by Jason Webster. Once again, it's Jeff Wood on the Backwoods Binder.
And that is not Glenn Mockler, that's Jordan Mockler with the Baby Blue Mule. The only truck we have here in the Race Your Neighbor class. Something not really going right there.
Jeff Wood's going to give her another try on track 1.
I think we're going to change the name of the truck from the Baby Blue Mule to the Bucking Mule or something, because Glenn had a few issues with this old girl last night. We still thank you for coming out.
Track 1, Jeff Wood, Mount Tyrone, Prince Edward Island, going to give it another go in the 10.5 hot stock class. Another great pull by Jeff in this very competitive class tonight. Distance to beat was 357 by Jason Webster. Glenn Mockler's in second at 341. We'll see how Jeff made out with that last pull.
Just want to make it clear to the pullers, if you've taken home a check here yesterday or today, come on up to the registration stand and get your checks before you go home. Come on up and collect your checks.
329.03 feet for Jeff on that last pull in track 1 here at the multiplex. Final results for this class. 10,500 pound hot stock. His first place is Jason Webster. Second place is Glenn Mockler. And third place is Jeff Wood.
Samsung phone with a green case will be at the front desk.
Attention, if you've lost a Samsung phone with a green case, it will be at the front desk for retrieval. That's a Samsung phone with a green case will be at the front desk for retrieval. Lining up here on track number 1, 6,200 pound 4x4 modified trucks. Up first is Steve Theriault from Fort Kent, Maine with the Ground Pounder 2020 Ford Raptor. Sponsors TNT Road Company. That's Steve Theriault from Fort Kent on the Ground Pounder. Just wanted to make an announcement while Steve's getting on the track. Don't forget your 50-50 win. Buy your 50-50 tickets. Over $21,000 thus far on that 50-50. Steve Terry on the ground pounder pulling 282.11 feet. It's 282.11 feet to start this class off tonight. In the 6,200-pound 4x4 modified truck class.
Don't forget to buy your 50-50 tickets. 50-50's up over $21,000 now. Make sure you don't miss out on your chance to take home a big fat stack of cash. I believe we're going to be drawing that sometime this evening or tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure. You can look on the the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull Facebook page. Follow the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull Facebook page. We will announce a winner. If you bought your tickets online, I think there's going to be a name attached to it. And if you bought them in person, they may have just a number of your ticket attached to it. But you can go onto the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull Facebook page, and hopefully you will be the one that goes home with a great big fat stack of cash from the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pull.
Coming up here to track number 1 is Carl McKay from Upper Stewiacke, Nova Scotia. He's running a truck he calls a BOB 2.0, a 1984 Ford F-150. Carl's been pulling this for about 5 years now. Had a good run here last night in this 6,200-pound 4x4 modified truck class.
Just a notice to pullers, if you think you might have won a check or won a position in one of these classes this weekend, come on down and get your checks. Come on, get them. Come on, get them.
Carl's distance to beat here is 282.11, set by Steve Terrio. We'll see what the BOB 2.0 can do here for Carl McKay from Upper Stewiacke, Nova Scotia. Good solid pull there for Carl McKay.
Just want to let everybody know really quick that River's Edge Lemonade over here on the end of the grandstand is doing a happy hour, $5 singles. Come on over and grab yourself.
No, it's an emergency. I need Andrea or something.
Carl McKay takes first place here in this class with a pull of 285.11. That's 3 feet farther than Steve Theriault.
In the front. They said there's in the front.
Up next on track number 1 in the 6,200-pound four-wheel drive class is Eddie Baird from Auburn PEI. The Baird family is no stranger to pulling here in Centreville. He's driving a truck he calls Dodge and Dirt, 2002 Dodge, sponsored by Arsenal Cylinder Heads and Move All Structures. That's Eddie Baird from Auburn PEI on Dodge and Dirt. Another good pull in the 6,200-pound class. You don't think these guys are quite competitive as they're all seem to be in the close spot down there on that track. And he takes the lead here so far with a pull of 294.06. That puts him in first place on the Dodge and Dirt truck from Auburn PEI.
Yes, that's Captain.
Setting up here in track number 1, Logan Parker is going to be driving the Captain Morgan 3 from Midwest, Nova Scotia. And as stated last night, this is this truck's first year pulling after a little bit of a traffic incident last year. They rebuilt the truck better than ever. Logan Parker on the Captain Morgan 3 on track number 1 in the 6,200-pound 4x4 four-wheel drive class.
Anybody with a sound line knows they should get the It's not good for this line. Oh. Why do I immediately? It's all go drinking the Gibson.
That's another nice hook there by Logan Parker on the Captain Morgan 3. Distance to beat was 294. And he certainly did it, folks. 301.01 feet. That's good for first place so far in this class. Looking at your new
Attention,
class
pullers.
leader, Captain Morgan 3.
If you have any prize money that you've won over the course of the weekend, come on up and grab it. The girls don't want to be hanging out here in the rain after the pull's done.
We still got a couple more here in this class. This four-wheel drive, 6,200-pound class here at the multiplex of Centreville. Next up is Aidan Fulmore from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, driving the Highland Pride. It's a 2010 Chevrolet. This is Aidan's fourth year pulling. And his distance to beat would be 301.01 to try to catch that Captain Morgan 3. Here goes Aiden Fillmore from Antigonish on the Highland Pride on track 1 of the 6,200-pound four-wheel drive truck class. Full distance of 286.03 feet by Aiden Fillmore in the Highland Pride. We have one competitor left in this class, Liam Fillmore from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, driving a truck they call Lethal Threat, a 1967 Chevy. Still a distance to beat is 301.01 set by Logan Parker. Back into the drag. Our last competitor for this year's tractor pull is Liam Fillmore again from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, driving Lethal Threat. His distance to beat, 301 feet by Captain Morgan 3. Good hook there by Liam Fillmore. Distance of 289.02 feet. That puts him in third place in this class. Final class results for the 6,200-pound four-wheel drive modified truck is first place Logan Parker. Second place is Eddie Baird. Third place Liam Fillmore. Fourth place Aiden Fillmore. Fifth is Carl McKay, and sixth is Steve Terrio. And that concludes the tractor pulling session here tonight. We welcome you all back next year for the 2026 version of the Centreville Tractor Pull. Tyler, was that a success?
I think so. I don't know if we still got a little something here. We've got the tractor pull ticket draw.
It's just for the Centreville Tractor Pull.
Yeah,
draw.
that's what we want to call it.
You win first place. First place.
There we go.